Hello there, my sleepy nights. And tonight, we journey to the misty green hills of Ireland, where ancient myths, captivating folklore, and legendary tales have been passed down through the ages. In this special collection, we explore the land of fairies, warrior heroes, and enchanting spirits. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the timeless magic of ancient Ireland. In the Emerald Hills of Ireland, where the mists clung low and the ancient spirits still held sway, there lived a humble farmer named Mick Purcell. With his beloved wife Molly and their cherished children, he tilled a small, rented farm, coaxing life from the unyielding soil with his hands and a determined spirit. Yet, despite their ceaseless toil and thrifty ways, the spectre of the landlord's rent loomed ever present, a weight upon their weary souls. One fateful year, misfortune descended upon the Purcell homestead like a plague of biblical proportions. Blight ravaged the crops, leaving the fields barren and desolate. Disease ran rampant through the henhouse, felling the chickens in their prime. Even their sole pig, a stout creature of impressive girth, succumbed to a pox most foul, its flesh rendered unfit for consumption. As the rent day drew nigh, Mick felt the icy grip of despair threaten around his heart. The coffers stood empty, the larder bare, and the future stretched bleak before them. In the flickering light of the hearth, he turned to Molly, his voice heavy with worry. "My love," he said, "oh, what recourse have we? The landlord's due cannot be denied. Yet we have naught to offer him." Molly, ever the pragmatist, met his gaze with a resolve as unyielding as the rocky soil they tilled. "There is but one path open to us," she declared, her voice ringing with grim determination. "We must take our finest cow to the fair in Cork and trade her for whatever coin we can muster. It will be a sore loss, but better a temporary ache than the ruin of all we hold dear." Mick knew the wisdom in her words, though they sat bitter on his tongue. And so, with a heavy heart, he prepared for the journey, his weathered hands stroking the cow's flank in mute apology. And so, as dawn's first light crept over the horizon, he set forth, the beast plodding along at his heels, each step carrying them closer to an uncertain fate. The road stretched out before them, a winding ribbon through emerald fields and darkened hollows, the way forward lit only by the flickering flame of hope. The journey to Cork proved long and arduous, the road winding through hill and vale like a serpent's coils, and as the sun reached its zenith, Mick crested a steep incline, his brow damp with exertion, the cow's laboured breaths echoing his own. But just there, at the summit, stood a figure most peculiar. A tiny man, no taller than a child, yet wizened as an ancient oak. White hair framed a face sharp and angular, with eyes that glinted red like polished garnets. The stranger's ears tapered to delicate points, marking him as something not quite of this world. Mick's heart quickened, unease skittering down his spine. Tales of the fair folk had been woven into his very marrow since childhood. Tales of their mercurial natures, their power to beguile and ensnare mortal souls. Steeling himself, he inclined his head in polite greeting, but hastened his step, eager to be away from this uncanny encounter. Yet this little man would not be deterred. He fell into step beside Mick, his movements fluid and graceful, almost as if he floated above the earthen path. A long coat concealed his feet, adding to the air of otherworldly mystery that clung to him like a shroud. "And where might you be headed with that fine cow?" the stranger inquired, his voice a melodious lilt that set Mick's teeth on edge. "To the fair in County Cork," Mick replied, his tone clipped and guarded. "I mean to sell her there." The little man's lips curved into a smile that held no warmth. "Ah, I see. But why venture so far? Sell her to me, here and now, and spare yourself the weary miles." Mick's heart stuttered, a cold sweat beading upon his brow. For you see, to refuse one of the fair folk was to court calamity. Yet to accept their bargains was to dance with a devil in disguise. And what price would you offer? Mick asked, his mouth gone dry as parchment. From within the folds of his coat, the old fairy produced a glass bottle, its surface shimmering with an iridescent sheen. "This shall be your payment," he declared, holding it aloft. Incredulity warred with trepidation in Mick's breast. An empty bottle. Sure, that's worthless. Molly would have my hide if I returned with naught but a bottle. It won't fill our children's bellies or appease the landlord's greed. The stranger's smile sharpened, a glint of something ancient in his garnet eyes. "Ah, but this bottle holds a value beyond mere coin. Trust in its power, and you shall reap rewards untold." Mick wavered, torn between the lure of the unknown and the cold, hard truth of his predicament. "I think I'll take my chances at the fair in Cork," he said at last, his voice a hoarse whisper. The fairy's laughter held a mocking edge, like the tinkling of shattered glass. "Take your chances then, but know this: the road ahead is long and fraught with peril. Can you be certain your cow will even survive the journey? That the merchants will offer a fair price?" His grin turned sly, a cat toying with a mouse. "Choose wisely, Mick Purcell." A chill ran down Mick's spine at the sound of his name upon those unearthly lips. How could this creature know him? As if plucking the thought from his mind, the fairy leaned close, his breath a whisper of frost against Mick's cheek. "I know all, Mick Purcell. Your past, your present, your deepest desires and darkest fears. Now, what shall it be?" Fear coiled in Mick's gut, a serpent poised to strike. With trembling hands, he relinquished the cow's lead, his fate sealed with that single gesture. The fairy pressed the bottle into his palm, its surface cool and smooth against his weathered skin. When you return home, place this bottle upon your table and speak the words, "Bottle, do your duty." You shall receive what you deserve, Mick Purcell. Nothing more and nothing less. With a murmured thanks, Mick turned homeward. His steps laden with the weight of his choice. Glancing back, he found the hillside empty. The fairy and the cow vanished like mist beneath the sun. A shudder rippled through him. The certainty of his encounter with the fairy settling deep in his marrow. The die was cast. The bargain struck. And his fate now rested in the hands of powers beyond his ken. Mick hastened home, his heart a tempest of trepidation and anticipation. As he crossed the threshold, Molly looked up from her sweeping, her eyes widening in surprise. "Mick? Surely you cannot have journeyed to Cork and back so swiftly," she exclaimed, her brow furrowed with confusion. I sold the cow up the road," Mick replied, his voice trembling slightly. "Just to a stranger I met on the way there." Molly's gaze sharpened, a flicker of hope kindling in her eyes. "And what price did you fetch for her?" With a shaking hand, Mick reached into his jacket and withdrew the gleaming bottle. "This," he said, holding it aloft. Molly's face contorted, disbelief and fury. "An empty bottle? You traded our precious cow for a mere bottle? Have you taken leave of your senses, Mick Purcell?" In a flash, she snatched up her broom and brought it down across his back. The blow punctuating her words with stinging force. As her anger subsided, Mick eventually poured out the tale of his encounter with the fairy, his voice low and urgent. "The bottle is imbued with magic, Molly. The little man promised it would bring us what we deserve." Molly's eyes narrowed. Skepticism etched upon her features. "Well, we shall see about that," she said, her tone measured and cold. With reverent care, Mick placed the bottle at the center of their rough-hewn table. Drawing a deep breath, he intoned the words that sealed their fate. Bottle, do your duty. A collective gasp rose from the children as the bottle began to glow, a shimmering light swirling within its depths. Slowly, impossibly, a tiny head emerged from the neck, followed by a diminutive body. Molly stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth in shock as the little man clambered onto the table. Then, reaching back into the bottle, he pulled out another companion, identical in every way. The two sprites then set to work with astonishing speed and dexterity. From the bottle's depths, they produced an array of golden plates and dishes, each one growing to full size as it was laid upon the table. Next came gleaming silver cutlery, the metal catching the firelight's glow. And then a feast emerged: succulent roast beef, glazed ham, vegetables dripping with honey, creamy mashed potatoes, and an assortment of tempting desserts. The air grew thick with the heady aroma of plenty, a scent that had long been absent from the Purcell home. As quickly as they had appeared, the two sprites vanished back into the bottle, leaving behind a table laden with an unimaginable bounty. Mick leapt about the room, his heart soaring with joy and vindication. You see, Molly, the bottle is truly enchanted. That night, the family dined like kings, savoring each morsel, each flavor a revelation to their deprived senses. They scraped the golden plates clean, marveling at the turn their fortunes had taken. Later, as the children slumbered, Molly turned to Mick, her expression thoughtful. The bottle's magic is indeed wondrous, but it won't satisfy the landlord's demands. We cannot pay our debts with a feast, no matter how grand. Mick lifted one of the golden plates, the metal warm and heavy in his hand. Ah, this should fetch a handsome price in Cork, more than enough to appease the landlord and secure our future. And so, the following day, Mick set out for Cork once more, taking care, of course, to choose a different path, lest he encounter the fairy again. When he got to Cork, the golden plate caused a stir, its value beyond question, and Mick returned home with a pouch heavy with coin, enough to purchase a sturdy horse and cart, and to settle their debt with the landlord, with plenty to spare. And so, with the bottle's aid, the Purcell's fortunes were forever changed. The spectre of poverty and hunger receded, replaced by a life of comfort and plenty. Yet, even as they revelled in their newfound prosperity, a flicker of unease lurked in Mick's heart, a reminder that a fairy's gift is seldom without its price. With the bottle's magic at their command, the Purcell's fortune soared to dizzying heights. The rent was paid with ease, and when the golden plates ran low, they only had to utter the enchanted words, and the bottle would once again yield its bounty. They revelled in their newfound wealth, acquiring cattle, jewels, and garments of the finest quality. The spectre of want became a distant memory, a half-remembered nightmare, banished by the golden glow of prosperity. Yet, their sudden rise did not go unnoticed. The landlord, a man of greed and suspicion, watched with narrowed eyes as the Purcells flourished while his other tenants toiled in vain. Curiosity gnawed at him, a rat's teeth upon his mind. At last, he paid a visit to Mick, his tone honeyed with false concern. "Pray tell, Mick Purcell," he said, "how have you come by such a good fortune? What secret do you possess that eludes your fellow farmers?" Mick, whether moved by honesty or the desire to boast, revealed the tale of the fairy's bottle, the words spilling forth like water from a shattered dam. The landlord's eyes gleamed with covetous desire, and he named a price for the enchanted vessel, a sum beyond the dreams of mortal men. But Mick only laughed, his voice ringing with the confidence of one who held the world in his grasp. "Why would I trade the bottle for mere coin, said he, when it is the very fountain of wealth itself? The landlord's lips curved into a sly smile, a serpent's grin. Ah, but there are some things that money cannot buy, Mick Purcell. Sell me the bottle, and I shall grant you the deed to your farm. Never again shall you pay rent, your land your own forevermore. Mick's heart leapt at the prospect. The promise of true freedom, a siren's call. And so, in his eagerness, he agreed without a moment's hesitation. The bottle changing hands with a single faithful handshake. But the fairy's gift, once relinquished, exacted a bitter toll. For you see, though the farm was now rightfully theirs, the Purcells found their fortunes waning with the bottle's absence. Complacency had crept in like a thief in the night. Their once diligent hands had grown soft and idle. The fields lay fallow, the livestock thin and sickly. Poverty, once vanquished, reared its gaunt head once more, and the larder grew bare. And so, in desperation, Molly turned to Mick, her voice tight with fear. You must return to the hill, Mick. Seek out the fairy and trade our last cow for another magic bottle, lest we starve. Mick, chastened by their plight, did as he was bade. And this time, the fairy was waiting for him, his red eyes glinting with a knowledge that set Mick's teeth on edge. Well, well, well. If it isn't Mick Purcell again, he said, his voice with a silken purr. And so, how is it I may assist you on this fine day? Mick swallowed hard, his pride a bitter lump in his throat. I had hoped to trade our cow for another bottle, like the one you gave me before. The fairy grinned, producing another bottle from the folds of his long coat. Well, Mick, as it happens, I do have just such a vessel. Do you recall the words to summon its magic? Mick nodded. Hope and dread warring in his breast as he made the long trek back home. And so, with trembling hands, he placed the bottle before Molly, his voice a hoarse whisper. Bottle, do your duty. The scene unfolded as before. The swirling light, the emerging sprites. But this time, instead of plenty, chaos was unleashed. The impish creatures bounded about the kitchen, smashing crockery, tearing curtains asunder. Mick lunged for them, but they evaded his grasp. Their laughter high and cruel as milk churns toppled and eggs shattered upon the floor. Turf smashed through the windows and flames licked at cushions as the sprites sowed destruction with gleeful abandon. The children fled, their screams a counterpoint to the crackling blaze. Mick and Molly battled the fires, helpless to stop the maelstrom that engulfed their home. Only when the cottage lay in ruins did the sprites return to their bottle, leaving devastation in their wake. Molly sank to her knees amidst the wreckage, her sobs ragged, broken. Mick's gaze fell upon the bottle, the fairy's words echoing in his mind. You will get what you deserve. The bitter truth of it settled upon him like a shroud. The weight of his own folly, the price of his own greed. For in reaching too high, in grasping for more than his due, he had lost all that truly mattered. The bottle had been a blessing turned curse, a gift perverted by the darkness in his own heart. And now, amidst the ashes of his dreams, he understood at last the cruelest jest of all, that sometimes the greatest magic lies in the simple joys of an honest life well lived. In the depths of his despair, a spark of determination ignited in Mick's heart. He would set things right, undo the harm his own folly had wrought. With the bottle clutched tight, he made his way to his landlord's estate, where a grand party was in full swing. "Make Purcell," the landlord exclaimed, his brow arched in surprise. "Well, what brings you to my door on this festive eve?" Mick's smile held a glimmer of mischief. "Ah, sure it's not what you can do for me, but what I can do for you. I've brought another magic bottle, you see." The landlord's eyes gleamed with greed. "Magic, you say, huh? Like the one I bought from you before?" Mick nodded. A slow, deliberate gesture. The landlord ushered him inside, into a hall resplendent with wealth and finery. Guests milled about in silks and satins, their laughter against the strains of the music. And there, upon a shelf, Mick spied his old bottle, a silent witness to all the revelry. "Well then," the landlord said, his voice thick with anticipation, "let us see what wonders this new bottle holds." Mick placed the vessel upon the floor, his words ringing out clear and sharp. "Bottle, do your duty." The sprites emerged in a burst of high-pitched giggles, their appearance eliciting gasps of delight from the assembled guests. But only Mick knew the chaos that was about to unfold. In a whirlwind of destruction, the sprites tore through the hall, smashing crystal and china, sending shards raining down upon the screaming revelers. They danced and darted, always beyond the reach of grasping hands, leaving a trail of ruin in their wake. Bookcases toppled, paintings were rent asunder, and the chandelier crashed to the floor in a shower of sparks. The curtains blazed, books crumbled to ash in the flames, and the once opulent furnishings were reduced to tattered rags. In mere moments, the whole had become a scene of utter devastation. "Stop them," the landlord cried, his face contorted with horror and rage. He turned to Mick. "Mick Purcell, I command you to stop this madness at once. Mick's smile held a razor's edge. I'll halt their rampage, but only if you return what is rightfully mine. I'll stop this if you give me my old bottle back. Do so, and the madness will stop. The landlord, desperate, could only nod his assent. Fine, take it. Just end this nightmare. Make it stop. Mick waited until the sprites had completed their work, the whole a shattered husk of its former glory. Only then did he summon them back to their bottle. The vessel clutched tight as he made his way back home. From that day forward, fortune smiled upon the Purcells once more. Mick and Molly's wealth knew no bounds, and their children married into the most prosperous families in the land. Even the landlord's daughter found herself wed to a Purcell son. A twist of fate had left the once proud man chastened and silent. Mick and Molly's years stretched long and golden. When at last they passed from this world, it was together, their hearts beating as one until the very end. At their wake, a scuffle broke out amongst the servants, and in the tumult, the magic bottle fell and shattered, the enchantment lost forevermore. The little fairy was never seen again in those parts, but the hill where Mick had first encountered him would forever bear the name Bottle Hill, a testament to the strange and wondrous tale that had unfolded there. And so, the story of Mick Purcell passed into legend, a reminder to all who heard it that the greatest magic of all lies not in the glittering trappings of wealth, but in the simple joys of a life well lived, a love steadfast and true. For in the end, it was not the bottles that had brought Mick and Molly their happily ever after, but the unbreakable bond that they shared together, a love that endured through hardship and triumph alike, the most precious treasure of all. night hung heavy over the rugged landscape, shrouding the remote parish in inky blackness. A young man named Guleesh stood under the eaves of a weather-beaten cottage, his sharp eyes scanning the gloom. The only light came from a full moon suspended high above like a ghostly orb. It cast a pale, ethereal glow on the sweeping expanse of grassland before him, broken up by small clusters of ancient trees, their gnarled branches grasping at the night sky. Guleesh had often come to this spot on nights like this, seeking solitude amidst nature's somber beauty. On this night, however, relentlessness clung to his bones. His mind churned as he contemplated the monotonous days that stretched endlessly before him in this place that he now called home, but where he had never truly belonged. As Guleesh gazed listlessly into the darkness, a strange sound arose in the distance. It started low, almost at the edge of perception, a rhythmic pounding like waves crashing upon the lonely shore. But gradually, it increased in volume, building to a deafening crescendo like a mighty waterfall cascading over a sheer cliff face. The noise swelled, closer now, and Guleesh could hear discerned voices, raucous laughter, shrieks of delight, unintelligible chattering. It sounded like a drunken crowd streaming towards the remote parish. But who would be making merry in the dead of night in this abandoned landscape? The commotion swirled violently as it approached, and Guleesh now made out snatches of song in an unfamiliar tongue. The words were wild, primal, and they raised the hairs on the back of his neck, though he grasped none of their meaning. He hesitated, torn between investigating further and fleeing into the safety of the cottage. But curiosity won out. Silently, he crept towards the noise as it spun chaos into the once peaceful night. At the edge of the sweeping grasslands lay a ring fort, an ancient circular enclosure built by the pagan tribes of Ireland's yesteryears. As Guleesh drew near, he saw flickering lights dancing amongst the ramparts like will-o'-the-wisps. The cacophony of noise funneled straight through the fort's narrow entrance. Guleesh inched forward, his heart hammering inside his chest. Crouching in the shadows, he peered into the magical enclosure and gazed upon a sight that would be forever seared into his memory. A dazzling array of tiny figures cavorted inside the ring fort, weaving their way around a raging bonfire. They seemed to be in the throes of some wild ritual, shaking rattles fashioned from bones and banging furiously on handmade drums. Their clothing appeared stitched together from moss and leaves, ancient symbols painted onto their skin in blues and greens. Some had sprouting antlers bursting forth from their brows. Others sported rich golden eyes that shone with a feral glow. Guleesh froze, transfixed by the frenzied sight. Were these the fabled fair folk he had heard tell of in fireside tales? Those mythical creatures that haunted Ireland's forests and fields? Stories describe them as cunning tricksters, apt to lead honest men astray with hypnotic music and beguiling promises that masked sinister intentions. But just what mysterious mischief did this fey gathering have planned? As if sensing Guleesh's presence, the chanting ceased abruptly. All eyes snapped towards the darkness where he was hidden. An eerie silence descended, broken only by the crackling of the bonfire. Guleesh scarcely dared to breathe, wondering if he was about to be swept into a deadly game with forces beyond understanding. A small, wizened figure detached itself from the group and crept towards Guleesh's hiding place. As it drew near, the creature's features became clear in the flickering firelight. His face was deeply lined, bark-like, and tufts of emerald moss sprouted from his chin and cheeks. Intense azure eyes peered out from under a mantle of ivy that draped over his head. He wore a tattered cloak, fashioned from the wings of dragonflies, moth fur fringe swaying as he moved. In gnarled hands, he gripped a staff topped with an owl skull that swiveled to glare straight at Guleesh. "We know you are there, mortal," the creature rasped, his voice like the croak of a raven. "You have spied workings not meant for your kind. Come forward now and state your purpose." Guleesh hesitated, unsure whether to flee or confront the fey being. But before he could act, all the forms surrounded him, springing from the darkness with otherworldly speed. The fey circled him. Hands like branches clasped his arms, impossibly strong, and propelled him towards the bonfire's blistering heat. Guleesh opened his mouth to plead, but found all his words were stolen from his tongue. He gazed around wildly, His piercing eyes bore into him, ancient beyond reckoning. What fate had befallen him? And could he bargain with these forest spirits? The fair folk took Guleesh before their assembly and made him kneel before the mossy elder fairy king. The fairy king raised one gnarled hand to silence the rest of the curious fae folk. He peered closely at Guleesh, azure eyes burning with icy intelligence. Guleesh returned the fairy king's gaze, determined not to display fear, even as his heart slammed against his chest like a captive bird. At last, the fairy king gave a slow nod. There is courage in this one, and cleverness too, I deem, he rumbled. Bring him a draught, so we may converse with him. One of the fairy folk scurried off, soon returning with a golden chalice that steamed and smoked. She offered it to Guleesh in outstretched hands, her lips splitting into a hungry, needle-toothed smile. Guleesh accepted the brew warily. Ancient tales warned never to consume fairy food or drink, but with flame and fang encircling him, did he dare refuse their hospitality? Guleesh lifted the chalice. Intricate runes etched along its glowing surface. It smelled of rich loam, of mushrooms and wet bark. He steeled himself and took a sip. Earthy flavour exploded across his tongue, delicate and honey sweet. A glowing warmth blossomed first in his stomach, then spread until his entire body thrummed with otherworldly energy. The dancing flames no longer seemed menacing, but cheerful, welcoming. Guleesh blinked and saw the ring fort transformed, now a resplendent palace woven from willow branches and smoky quartz crystals. He gazed at the fair ones with new eyes, no longer fearful hobs or snarling pixies. They were elegant lords and ladies, garbed in cloaks of snowflowers and foxgloves. Enchantment washed over Guleesh in tingling waves as the fairy brew unlocked his mind. He inclined his head graciously towards the fairy king. His mouth now able to speak, he said, "I mean no harm in happening upon your celebration, noble fairy king. I was but a lonely soul, drawn here by a strange sight and sound. But no sooner had the words left his lips than the air shimmered, and before him materialized a steed of such majesty it seemed a creature conjured from the dreams of poets. Adorned with a bridle of glistening gold, and a saddle of the purest silver. The horse stood ready. One among the fairy throng, also now riding a horse, addressed him, an invitation hanging in the air. "Are you coming with us tonight, guleesh?" Without hesitation, guleesh affirmed his readiness, drawn into their world by an invisible thread of destiny. "I am surely," he declared, the words sealing his fate. And he jumped upon the horse, and he rode off with the fairy folk. And so, with a rush like the wind itself, they set forth. Together they rode at a pace that outstripped the swiftest mortal steed, a blur across the landscape that not even the chill of the winter's wind could match. They raced beyond the bounds of time and space, until the very elements themselves seemed to stand still in awe of their passage. And upon reaching the edge of the sea, the command was issued, a spell of light. High over cap, high over cap, and in an instant they were aloft, the world a mere whisper beneath them, only to descend once more to the earth, their journey unfettered by the laws that govern the mundane. Guleesh, now a participant in this unearthly cavalcade, found himself riding with a freedom unknown to those bound by earthly ties. The adventure upon which he embarked was more than a mere flight across the sky. It was a voyage into the very heart of the magical, a journey that would forever change the course of his life. The fairy troop, with Guleesh now in their midst, came to a sudden halt, and it was then one of the fairies turned to him, curiosity and anticipation mingling in his ethereal voice. "Guleesh, do you comprehend the land upon which you now stand?" Guleesh, ever the embodiment of rural simplicity and candour, confessed his ignorance without shame. "I know not," he admitted, his voice a blend of wonder and confusion. "You are in France, Guleesh," the fairy explained, his tone laced with excitement. "This very night, the King of France's daughter, a maiden whose beauty eclipses that of the sun itself, is said to be wed. Our quest, bold and daring, is to whisk her away to our realm. And you, Guleesh, you will play a crucial role in our scheme. For it is you who must bear her upon your steed, as our laws forbid her from being carried by us. Your mortal form will ensure her safety upon the horse's back." Guleesh, though taken aback by the gravity of the task, felt a surge of valour. "Why shouldn't I be satisfied?" he declared, his voice resonating with new-found resolve. "I stand ready to follow your lead, embarking on whatever path you set forth. With a word of power, spoken in a tongue foreign to guleesh, the fairy band was transported, along with him, into the heart of a grand palace. A feast of unparalleled splendour unfolded before guleesh's eyes. A sight so dazzling that he was compelled to shield his eyes from the brilliance of the light. When he dared to look again, the opulence before him was like nothing he had ever seen or dreamed of. The hall was a riot of colour and light, adorned with silk, satin, gold, and silver. Illuminated by countless lamps and candles that made night as bright as day. Spread throughout the hall were tables, laden with an abundance of foods and drinks, from succulent meats to the finest wines and ales, surrounded by nobles and gentry in their festive best. The air was filled with the enchanting melodies of musicians, while the centre of the hall was alive with dancers, their movements so swift and graceful that guleesh felt a whirlwind within his mind just from watching them. Amidst the revelry, tricksters played and laughter rang out, celebrating the nuptial feast that had been unmatched in France for 20 years. For it was the king's daughter, the sole heir, who was to be wed this night, marking the culmination of 3 days of festivity. Guleesh and his unseen companions stood near an altar at the hall's end, where 2 bishops awaited the moment to unite the princess with her betrothed. Invisible to all, thanks to an enchantment, they were spectres in a world of splendour, poised to enact their daring plan. Curious, guleesh whispered, seeking guidance in identifying the princess. "Point me to the king's daughter," he urged, his eyes adjusting to the grandeur that surrounded him. "There, do you not see her?" replied the fairy, directing guleesh's gaze. And there, amidst the throng of nobility, guleesh's eyes fell upon a vision of loveliness so profound that it seemed the very essence of beauty had taken form. In her visage, the rose and lily waged a gentle war, each vying for dominance, yet in such harmony that none could declare a victor. In that moment, guleesh understood the depth of the task he had undertaken. For before him was not merely a mission of fairy intrigue, but a venture into the heart of human beauty and regal dignity. This adventure that lay ahead promised not only to challenge him, but also to unveil the richness of a world far removed from the simplicity of his previous existence. As Guleesh beheld the king's daughter amidst the resplendent grandeur of the feast, her beauty struck him with a force that was almost tangible. Her arms and hands bore the delicate fairness of polished ivory, her lips of vivid crimson reminiscent of the ripest strawberry. The grace of her form was accentuated by a foot as dainty and light as a songbird's touch. Her silhouette, a perfect harmony of elegance and strength. Cascades of golden hair framed her face, flowing like molten sunlight down her back. Adorned in fabrics interwoven with threads of gold and silver, she was a vision of royal magnificence. Her presence illuminated further by the radiant stones set upon her finger, rivaling the sun in its brilliance. Yet, amidst this overwhelming display of loveliness, Guleesh noticed a sorrow that marred the princess's perfection. Tears glistened in her eyes, a stark contrast to the jubilation that surrounded her. Guleesh's heart tightened at the sight, confusion and concern wrestling within him. How can she be so touched by sorrow amid such festivity? He pondered, unable to reconcile the disparity. The fairy beside him sensed Guleesh's turmoil. Indeed, she is enveloped in grief, he confirmed, his voice a mixture of empathy and resolve. She stands on the precipice of a union, not of her choosing. Her heart untouched by the man to whom she is promised. This marriage, a decree from her father, has loomed over her since she was but a girl of 15. Though she sought reprieve, hoping for time to weave a different destiny, her pleas only garnered temporary respite. Now, on the eve of her 18th year, the sands of her reprieve have run their course. But, he added, his expression darkening, it is not to a prince she will be bound, if I have any say in the matter. Guleesh's sympathy for the princess deepened, a sorrowful indignation taking root. The thought of her being coerced into a loveless marriage, or worse, ensnared by the sinister designs of the fairy folk, filled him with a profound sense of injustice. Yet, despite his resolve to aid her, he found himself ensnared in a web of helplessness, unable to conceive of a means to alter her fate. As the celebration proceeded, the prince approached the princess, seeking a token of affection, only to be met with a rebuff that spoke volumes of her disdain. Guleesh's heart ached for her as he witnessed the prince insistently coax her into a dance. Her compliance a mere facade, masking the depths of her despair. Tears, stole down her cheeks as they danced. The moment of reckoning arrived, when the feast reached its zenith. The king and queen, embodying the sovereign will, declared it time for the nuptials to be consecrated. They led the young couple to the altar, the assembly of nobles trailing in their wake, a procession of fate marching towards an inevitable conclusion. Guleesh, standing as a silent observer to these proceedings, felt the weight of the moment. A turmoil of emotions raged within him: pity, outrage, and a fervent wish to intervene. Yet, bound by his invisible spectating, he remained a powerless witness to the unfolding drama. His heart heavy with the knowledge of the princess's plight and the daunting path that lay before her. As the ceremony reached its end, and the congregation's attention was riveted on the impending nuptial rites, a moment of unforeseen chaos unfurled. With a cunning swiftness born of the other world, a little fairy tripped the princess, sending her tumbling to the ground. Before the assembled crowd could react or even comprehend the disruption, the fairy cast an incantation, rendering the princess invisible to all. In the ensuing confusion, he spirited her away, placing her gently behind Guleesh, who was invisible to the onlookers due to the fairy enchantment. The palace, once a bastion of jubilation and splendor, was plunged into disarray. The air, thick with panic and disbelief, resonated with the cries of despair and astonishment as the princess vanished before their very eyes. Unseen, Guleesh and his otherworldly companions made their escape, slipping through the throngs and out into the night. With a solemn word, Guleesh summoned his horse, a creature more phantom than flesh, its gear shimmering with an uncanny luminescence. He was instructed to mount, taking the princess with him, for dawn was inching ever closer, and their window to flee was narrowing. Lifting the princess onto the steed, Guleesh vaulted into the saddle before her, and with a command, they surged forward, a blur against the night sky. Their flight took them to the sea's edge, where with a unified cry of "High over cap," they leapt over the vast expanse, their forms slicing through the clouds to the land back on Irish soil. The journey did not end there. They raced towards Guleesh's home, the pace unrelenting until they reached the familiar terrain of his abode. Upon their arrival, Guleesh, with a heavy heart a newfound responsibility, dismounted, cradling the princess in his arms, and, in a derisive act to claim her from the clutches of the fairy folk, he took out from his pocket a small flask of holy water he always carried with him, a token of protection. For he realized that if any power could counteract the fairy folk's malevolence, it would be this. With a sense of purpose, he sprinkled the holy water over himself and the princess, murmuring a prayer for protection and release from the fairy's spiteful enchantment. As the droplets touched them, the air shimmered briefly, charged with a silent potency. The fairies, their mocking laughter still hanging in the air, paused, as if struck by an unseen force. The fairy troop, thwarted in their scheme, lamented Guleesh's betrayal, their tones a mix of scorn and begrudging respect. Despite their threats and a final spiteful act that rendered the princess mute, they recognized their defeat by Guleesh. With a parting curse, they vanished into the fairy ring again, leaving Guleesh alone with the princess. Guleesh, now the sole guardian of the princess's well-being, attempted to comfort her, offering shelter and pledging his service. Her silence, the result of the fairy's curse, weighed heavily upon the air between them. Though she could not speak, her expressive eyes and the tumult of emotions that played across her face spoke volumes of her turmoil and despair. "Lady," Guleesh implored, seeking to pierce the veil of muteness, "I am but a simple man, caught in the weave of fate's tapestry, unknowingly entwined in the dark designs of the fairies. If it lies within my power to restore you to your father, to your life before this night's sorcery, then I will do. All I ask is that you guide me. Tell me how I may serve you." Despite his earnest plea, the princess remained locked in a silent world, her voice stolen by the fairy's malice. Yet, in her silence, a bond was forged, a silent pact between souls thrown together by the whims of fate and the people of the other world. Guleesh stood resolute, his determination undimmed by the daunting path that lay ahead. In the stillness of night, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, he vowed to undo the wrongs visited upon the princess, regardless of the cost to himself. The journey that had begun in the realms of fairy lore would now continue in the realm of men, a quest not just for restitution, but for redemption, and perhaps, against all odds, for love. Faced with the dilemma of where to take the princess, Guleesh wrestled with his options. Bringing her to his family's home seemed fraught with complications. He doubted the likelihood of his own kin accepting such an unbelievable tale, fearing ridicule or disrespect might befall the princess in their midst. The thought alone was unbearable. In this moment of indecision, a spark of inspiration struck. "Glory be to God," Guleesh exclaimed, a plan forming in his mind. The priest, a figure of authority and kindness, known to Guleesh for his wisdom and discretion, emerged as a beacon of hope in his quandary. Confident in the priest's capacity for empathy and assistance, Guleesh resolved to entrust the princess to his care. He communicated his plan to the princess, who, despite her silence, conveyed her gratitude and willingness to follow his lead. Together, they set out for the priest's residence, arriving just as the first rays of dawn kissed on the horizon. Guleesh's knock on the priest's door was both urgent and hopeful. The priest, surprised by the early visit, greeted them with a mixture of bemusement and curiosity, half expecting a young couple eager for matrimony at an ungodly hour. His jest about a premature arrival for a wedding was cut short as he took a closer look at the princess. The jest turned into awe and concern, prompting him to invite them inside with a flurry of questions lingering on his lips. Once inside, the priest, a figure of both authority and compassion, pressed Guleesh for an explanation. The room, filled with the early morning light, became a stage for Guleesh's incredible tale, and with earnest sincerity he recounted the night's fantastical events, from the fairy ring in Ireland to the grandeur of the French palace and the subsequent escape with the king's daughter. His story, though unbelievable to any rational mind, was imbued with a sincerity that compelled the priest to listen, to really hear the desperation and truth in Guleesh's voice. "I am not mad, nor am I jesting with you," Guleesh implored, locking eyes with the priest. "Straight from the palace of the King of France have I brought this lady, the daughter of the king himself." The gravity of his words hung in the air, a testament to the strange and wondrous journey that had led him to the priest's doorstep at dawn's break. The priest, confronted with a tale that defied logic, yet resonated with the unmistakable ring of truth, found himself at a crossroads of faith and skepticism. Here, in his very parlour, sat a young Irishman and a princess of France, united by a series of events so extraordinary that they could scarcely be believed. Yet, the evidence of their ordeal was palpable. etched into the princess's tear-stained face, and Guleesh's earnest plea for sanctuary. In this moment of revelation, the priest was called to extend beyond the bounds of conventional belief, to offer refuge and to support two souls caught in the web of a fairy tale turned reality. The path forward was uncertain, fraught with challenges and the need for discretion. Yet the essence of his calling, to aid those in need, to offer shelter to the lost and comfort to the afflicted, guided his response. With a deep breath, the priest nodded, signaling his willingness to embrace the unknown. So the day ahead would be like any other, filled with decisions and actions that would test the limits of his understanding and compassion. But for now, he stood ready to offer sanctuary, to become a guardian of sorts to a princess far from home, and the young man who risked everything to protect her. When Guleesh shared his observation of the princess's reluctance towards her marriage, a telling blush crept across the young woman's cheeks. It was a silent yet powerful affirmation of her disdain for the union that had been foisted upon her, lending weight to Guleesh's resolution to protect her. The blush, a bloom of truth on her fair skin, spoke volumes to both men about her true feelings, cementing Guleesh's conviction that she was far better off in her current state of distress and bound in matrimony to a man she loathed. The priest, moved by the narrative and the evident bond forming between Guleesh and the princess, offered sanctuary within his home. Yet, he voiced a concern that mirrored Guleesh's own, the daunting challenge of returning the princess to her homeland. With no solution clear at hand, they settled on a temporary measure, devising a story to explain the princess's sudden appearance and her lack of speech. They would introduce her as the priest's niece, visiting from afar, who was, unfortunately, a mute, unable to speak. The young princess, understanding their plan through the language of empathy and necessity, signaled her gratitude. Her eyes, windows to her unsettled soul, reflected a mixture of relief and sorrow, a silent acknowledgement of the kindness being offered. Guleesh returned to his own life, weaving a tale of innocent misadventure to explain his overnight absence. Meanwhile, whispers of curiosity and suspicion began to weave through the community, a tendril stretching towards the priest's doorstep, where the mysterious young woman had taken refuge. Guleesh's frequent visits to the priest's home did not go unnoticed, however, fueling rumours and speculation among the community, who were puzzled by the sudden bond between the farmer's son and the man of cloth. In the absence of her voice, the princess and Guleesh cultivated a whole language of their own, a silent dialogue composed of gestures, expressions, and the unspoken understanding that often blooms in the fertile ground of shared adversity. Their communication, smiles, frowns, and a myriad of subtleties of body language grew richer with each passing day. And as time unfurled, Guleesh's heart became ever more entwined with that of the princess. The thought of losing her to a royal decree, of some unforeseen force tearing her from this haven they had found, became his greatest fear. Thus, he urged the priest to seize any attempts to contact the king, and to leave their fate in the hands of the divine, hoping against hope for a miracle that would restore the princess's voice and secure their shared future. A year passed, a year marked by the slow dance of seasons and the quiet growth of an unspoken love. It was on the anniversary of that fateful night, under the same November sky that had witnessed the beginning of his extraordinary journey, that Guleesh found himself pondering the cyclical nature of fate. Lying on the grass, he was struck by a sudden inspiration to revisit the spot where his adventure had begun. Driven by a blend of hope and desperation, perhaps, he mused, the same magic that had altered the course of his life could offer a key to unlocking the princess's silence. Guleesh, armed with the priest's blessing and a heart brimming with hope and desperation, ventured into the night towards the ancient fairy ring, the site of his unforgettable encounter with the fairies. As darkness enveloped the world, he found solace in the solitude of the night, leaning on an old grey flagstone, the cool air whispering secrets from days long gone. The moon, a fiery beacon in the velvet sky, cast a spectral glow over the land, painting the scene with an otherworldly light. Then, just as hope began to wane, the distant rumble of an approaching tempest broke the silence. The familiar cacophony grew, heralding the arrival of the fairy creatures in a whirlwind of chaos, a maelstrom of sound and motion that enveloped Guleesh in its wake. Recovering from the initial shock, he listened intently, catching snippets of their conversation, their voices once again a blend of mockery, revelation, and elusive hints of truth. The fairy folk, recognizing once again Guleesh among them, taunted him with reminders of his past deed and the silent princess whose life he had so dramatically altered. Their words, veiled in jest, hinted at a cure for the princess's muteness, a simple herb, growing unnoticed by Guleesh on his own doorstep. The revelation, casually dropped by one of the creatures, sparked a glimmer of hope in Guleesh's heart. A possibility that the key to restoring the princess's voice lay within arm's reach. With the fairy folk's departure, Guleesh was left alone under the starlit sky, pondering the truth of their words. Could such a simple remedy exist? So close to home and yet so profoundly overlooked? The promise of dawn brought with it a determination to uncover the truth. As the sun's first rays pierced the horizon, Guleesh embarked on his search, scrutinizing the ground around his home with newfound purpose. His efforts were soon rewarded by the discovery of an unusual herb, its appearance as peculiar as the circumstances that led to its finding. With careful hands, he harvested the plant, its 7-branched stalk and milky sap igniting a flicker of hope within him. And back in the safety of his home, Guleesh prepared the herb with a mix of caution and curiosity, boiling its leaves to extract the essence. Despite the initial fear of poison, a trick by the fairy folk to lead him astray, Guleesh's courage prevailed. The sweet taste of the sap convinced him of its benign nature, prompting him to consume the concoction in the hope of finding the cure that eluded them for so long. In this moment, Guleesh stood at the crossroads of folklore and reality, his actions driven by the slim chance of a fairy tale ending. The possibility of healing the princess, of breaking the silence that had become their shared burden, offered a glimmer of hope in the shadow of uncertainty. The night's adventure, a blend of myth and mystery, had set the stage for a new day, one that held the promise of words long unspoken and the healing power of belief in the extraordinary. After consuming the mysterious herb's juice, Guleesh succumbed to a deep sleep, awakening only as night enveloped the world once more. The pangs of hunger and thirst were his harsh alarm, yet the dawn's light brought with it a resolve to test the herb's true power on the princess. With the first rays of morning casting a new day, Guleesh, buoyed by a newfound vigour, made his way to the priest's abode, carrying the concoction that held the promise of speech for the silent princess. And upon his arrival, Guleesh was met with inquiries from the priest and the princess, curious about his absence. With a heart full of hope, he recounted his venture into the realm of the unknown, advocating for the herb's potential based on his own rejuvenation. Despite the uncertainty that shadowed their faces, the princess, trusting in Guleesh's sincere intentions, accepted the drink. The effect was immediate and profound. A deep slumber claimed her, extending unbroken until the following day. Throughout the night, Guleesh and the priest kept a vigilant watch over her. Hope wrestling with fear, anticipation tinged with apprehension. When she finally awakened, the room was steeped in silent expectation. Her initial confusion, a haze of disorientation, gradually cleared under the weight of their gaze. The moment of truth arrived with the priest's gentle inquiry, a simple question that shattered the silence like the first breath of wind upon still waters. Her response, though simple, was a symphony to their ears. Guleesh's joy was unbounded. His gratitude to the heavens loud and heartfelt. The princess, now restored, acknowledged Guleesh's role in her recovery, expressing a heartfelt gratitude that transcended the bounds of their past interactions. This acknowledgement was a beacon of light for Guleesh, affirming the depth of their connection, forged through shared trials and silent understandings. In the days that followed, the princess was marked by conversations filled with laughter and stories, a shared communion that nourished the bond between her and Guleesh. And Guleesh, though still under the herb's lingering spell, found his spirits lifted with each visit. His sleep-filled interludes a small price for the joy of her recovery. The friendship that blossomed between Guleesh and the princess in the absence of other companions soon deepened into a love that was the natural culmination of their extraordinary journey. Their marriage was a celebration of resilience, of love's triumph over the most insurmountable of obstacles. And so, their lives unfolded like a melody, harmonious and uninterrupted by hardship or heartache. The story passed down through whispers and songs, a reminder of the magic that dwells within the heart, of belief. Thus ends the tale of Guleesh and the princess, their happiness a melody that lingers long after the story is told, a melody that whispers of possibility, of hope, and of the enduring power of love. And if such joy and contentment were theirs, may it find its way to all of us, echoing the blessings wished upon them in their life together. In the verdant realm of ancient Ireland, shrouded in myths and whispered legends, there reigned a king whose very name Lowry Linshock was woven with the threads of enigma and awe. His visage was both majestic and peculiar, for his raven black hair cascaded in voluminous curls around his shoulders, a dark waterfall obscuring the contours of his regal bearing. Above this mane, a crown of extraordinary height perched upon his brow, its towering presence lending him an imposing stature that was more illusion than reality. Above this mane sat a crown of extraordinary height perched upon his brow, its towering presence lending him an imposing stature that was more illusion than reality. Yet, neither the flowing locks nor the imposing crown were mere adornments of vanity. They were the guardians of a profound secret, a secret so perilous it held the power to unravel his sovereignty. You see, for Lowry Linshock was not as other men, born under a veiled curse or blessing, the lines of which even the ancient druids dared not discern. The king bore the ears of a horse. These ears, with their velvety texture and keen sensitivity, protruded from the sides of his head, alert and twitching, attuned to the faintest whispers of the wind. In the quiet solitude of his chambers, they were concealed by the cascade of his hair. In moments of heightened alertness, when they stood erect, it was the towering crown that masked their equine nature. In times of war, when the clash of swords and the cries of the valiant filled the air, Lowry Linshock donned a helmet of bronze, its surface etched with the tales of yore. Two ornate horns, symbols of might and ferocity, arose from his helmet, their purpose twofold: to strike awe into the hearts of his foes, and to conceal the truth of his lineage. And when he sought the solace of the water, where the whispers of the world could not reach him, a cloth cap encased his curls and ears, a humble guardian of his most guarded secret. The people of Ireland, though they noted the king's peculiar penchant for headgear, spoke not a word of it. For you see, in the presence of royalty, the eccentric becomes the norm, and the curious glances are often quelled by the unspoken rule that kings, in their divine right, were privy to their oddities. But within the hallowed walls of the royal castle, a ritual most dire took place with the turning of each year. a barber, often sought from distant lands and honoured with the privilege of tending to the royal locks, would be ushered into a chamber as secluded as the king's secret. These barbers, basking in the glow of royal favour, knew not the fate that awaited them. For you see, as their shears unveiled the truth hidden beneath the tresses, they became silent custodians of a secret too perilous to bear. Now the king, with a heart burdened by necessity, never sought their silence through oaths or promises. Instead, the grim resolve of Lowry Linshock ensured that none who glimpsed his true nature lived to see another dawn. The castle's front gates, which welcomed the chosen barbers with open arms, became silent sentinels to a truth that vanished as swiftly as it was revealed. So years turned to decades, and whispers began to wind their way through the cobblestone streets and the emerald fields of Ireland. Tales of barbers summoned to royal duty, never to return, cast a shadow upon the craft. Barbers, once proud artisans of their trade, now shrouded their shears in secrecy, fearing the royal summons as one fears the call of the banshee. And of course, the scarcity of barbers became a plight that swept across the land like a silent plague. The locks of common folk and nobles alike grew wild and untamed, a testament to the fear that gripped their hearts. So each year, the quest for a royal barber grew more fraught. The king's servants driven to desperation in their search. When a barber was found, his pleas for mercy were met with the cold steel of duty-bound swords. Escorted to the castle, these reluctant souls faced their destiny, bound to silence by the grave. And so, upon the hushed whispers of fate, a young barber named Mercan found himself ensnared in the intricate web of royal decree, summoned to the foreboding fortress of Lowry Linshock. In the heart of his mother, a widow whose life was a blend of sorrow and love, dread took root. With the resolve of the ancient oak trees that line the Emerald Isles, she trailed the king's men, her spirit a tempest of maternal fear and defiant hope. Before the towering gates of the royal fort, her pleas unfurled like banners in the wind, earnest and desperate. It was within the cold, stone walls of the king's private chamber that she found her son Marcan, his hands poised with the tools of his fateful trade. "Your Majesty," she implored, her voice a poignant echo in the vastness of the chamber. "I beseech you, let no shadow befall my son. He is the lone star in my night sky, the sole beat of my weary heart." The king, cloaked in his regal garb, met her words with a perplexed frown. "Your son is here for his craft, nothing more," he replied, his voice a low rumble of thunder across a troubled sky. Yet the widow's words, sharp and clear, pierced the veil of ignorance that had shrouded Lowry Linshock. The whispered truths of vanished barbers, truths he had been shielded from, now hung heavy in the air. "Can your son weave silence as skillfully as he weaves through locks of hair?" the king inquired, his gaze piercing the air of uncertainty. "Indeed," the widow affirmed, her eyes locking with Marcan's, who nodded. A silent pact sealed between their beating hearts. The king, moved by the widow's earnest plea, and recognizing the gravity of the secret that lay hidden beneath his crown, made a vow. "On my honor as king," he declared, "no harm shall come to your son, should he choose to shroud in silence the truth he will uncover here." I do promise," Marcan agreed, his voice a mere whisper, yet carrying the weight of an unbreakable oath. With a gesture of dismissal, Lowry Linshock signalled for the widow to depart. "Let us proceed here in peace," he intoned, his words echoing off the stone walls as the heavy door closed behind her, leaving mother and son parted by fate, yet bound by an unspoken hope. Now, as Marcan prepared his tools, the shears glinting in the dim light, he approached the task with a reverence born of peril and promise. Dark curls, each a keeper of secrets, fell silently to the floor. As the king's unusual visage was gradually unveiled, Marcan's breath hitched, his eyes widening at the sight of the horse ears that had long been the subject of hushed rumors. "Speak up, boy," urged Lowry Linshock, his ears perked in anticipation, sensing the barber's sudden tension. Marcan, stumbling backward in astonishment, could only gaze in silent wonder. The king's solemn voice broke the silence, heavy with the burden of his hidden truth. Now you know the secret that shadows my reign. Your life hangs by the thread of your promise. I will guard this secret with my life, Marcan vowed, his resolve stealing as he met the king's gaze. Upon completing his royal duty, Marcan was named the Royal Barber, a title that carried the weight of secrecy and the honour of trust. And as he departed the fortress, his heart was light, not only with the king's generous reward, but with the relief of having his life spared. And so, upon his return, all the villagers gazed at him in disbelief, their astonishment clear as they marvelled at the young barber who had ventured into the lion's den and somehow emerged unscathed. He must wield magic in those years, they whispered among themselves, never truly grasping the depth of the secret that now bound Marcan to the king in a silent pact, woven not of hair but of trust, and the silent promise of a king. And so, as dawn broke over the little village, a curious spectacle unfolded outside Marcan's humble abode. A huge line of eager villagers, their motives as varied as the colours of the Irish moors, snaked its way through the little narrow street. Among the throng were not only those in the need of a trim, but also the completely bald, their shiny scalps gleaming in the morning sun. Within the confines of his shop, Marcan worked with the precision and the grace of a craftsman, his shears snipping away the strands of hair and, with them, the weight of countless curiosities. With each lock that fell to the ground, questions about the enigmatic king fluttered around him like leaves in the wind. Yet, Marcan's lips remained steadfastly sealed, a fortress guarding the secret that was not his to share. As the seasons changed and the leaves turned from green to gold, Marcan's renown spread across the land, painting his name into every corner of Ireland. The line of patrons outside of his door seemed eternal, each person yearning for a touch of the royal barber's magic. Wealth, oh wealth, flowed into Marcan's life. It flowed like a river after a storm, but it brought no joy. You see, the secret he harbored was a silent spectre haunting his nights and clouding his days. It was a relentless whisper that peace and prosperity could not silence. And in his search for solace, Marcan sought the counsel of a local magical druid, an old sage whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks of the forest. A secret is like the fire in the heartwood of a tree. It will consume from within. Marcan's pledge to the king echoed in the space between them, a solemn vow that bound his tongue. But the druid, with eyes as perceptive as the stars in the night sky, offered a path, a way to unburden without breaking his sacred promise. Your vow holds you to silence among the living, but the earth and its children are not bound by such rules. You may share your secret with them and feel the weight lift from your soul. Guided by this ancient wisdom, Marcan decided to venture into the heart of the forest, where the tapestry of life was woven in shades of emerald and gold. And so deep within this sanctuary, where the whispers of the world could not reach, Marcan found an old walnut tree, its bark gnarled with the wisdom of the ages. And to this silent confidant, Marcan entrusted his burden. He leaned in close to the tree, and he whispered, The king has horse's ears." And he felt relief, and so he said again, "The king has horse's ears." He breathed it into the tree's ancient skin, and with each utterance, the heaviness in his heart lightened, the chains of his secrets unwinding, link by link. A again and again he shared the king's truth with the tree. And with each repetition, the air around him seemed to brighten, the shadows retreating like mist before the morning sun. By the time Marcan emerged from the embrace of the forest, he was simply transformed. The secret that had once been a shackle was now a shared whisper with the earth itself. Lightness filled his step, a melody in his heart as he sang his way back to the village. In sharing his burden with the silent keepers of the forest, Marcan had found an unexpected freedom, a liberation that danced in his soul like the first light of dawn. Shortly after Marcan's forest confession, fate wove its intricate dance in the heart of the same woodland. Craftine, a harpist whose melodies could capture the very essence of the Emerald Isle, wandered amidst the whispering leaves in search of the perfect wood for his new harp. And his eyes soon settled upon the walnut tree, the very confidant of Marcan's secret. The tree stood noble and robust, its wood promising the resonance of a truly remarkable instrument. With skilled hands and a vision of the melodies yet to come, Craftine felled the tree and set to work. The harp that emerged from his craftsmanship was truly a marvel to behold, its polished grain shining with the warmth of captured sunlight. The pillar bore the intricate weave of Celtic knotwork, each twist and turn a story in itself, complemented by the sparkle of inset gemstones. And of course, as fate would have it, as it always does, an invitation from King Lowry Lynchok himself arrived, a summons to grace the royal court with the melodies of his new creation. Craftine, filled with honour and anticipation, carefully encased the harp in a leather bag and set out for the king's fort. The splendour of this royal feast was a sight to behold, a spectacle of abundance and merriment. Tables groaned under the weight of lavish delicacies, while the air was thick with the sweet aroma of mead and the rich laughter of the king's guests. The hall buzzed with life, the very walls seeming to pulse with the joy of the occasion. As the feasting gave way to silence, the king signalled for the music to begin. Craftine, with a heart full splendid new harp and took his place. The hush of anticipation settled over the hall as he placed his fingers upon the strings. But the moment his fingertips caressed the strings, an unexpected melody filled the air. Not the sweet harmonies of a harp, but a clear, piercing voice sang forth, revealing the secret whispered into the walnut tree. The king has horse's ears. The king has horse's ears. A stunned silence fell upon the assembly, every eye turning first to the harp, then to the king. Lowry Linshock, caught in the grip of his deepest fear, stood up abruptly, his crown tumbling to the floor, his horse's ears now visible to all. Yet, the mockery and scorn he had braced himself never came. Instead, a wave of empathy swept through the hall. The revelation of his hidden truth, rather than bringing ridicule, brought a deeper understanding and connection between the king and his subjects. For in that moment of unveiled truth, Lowry Linshock found not the shackles of shame, but the wings of freedom. Like Marcan, the release of his secret brought an unexpected liberation. From that day forward, the king bore his unique trait with dignity, and his happiness rippled through the kingdom. Barbers, once shrouded in fear, emerged from the shadows, their shears ready to restore the coiffed glory of Ireland's people. And as the royal court buzzed with newfound respect and contentment, the melodies of Craftine's harp sang a new song, one of acceptance, one of unity, and one of the surprising beauty of unveiled secrets. Nuada of the Silver Hand rose to become the king of the Tuatha Dé Danann during the most savage days of the early invasions. The Fomorians, a repulsive band of sea pirates, were the fiercest opponents who swept through the country, destroying cattle and property and imposing tribute on the people of the land. Every man of the Tuatha De Danann, no matter how rich or poor, was required to pay 1 ounce of gold to the Fomorians, and those who neglected to pay this tax at the annual assembly on the hill of Ishniach were maimed or murdered without compassion. Balor of the Evil Eye was leader of these brutal invaders, and it was well known that when he turned his one glaring eyeball on his foes, they immediately fell dead, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Everyone lived in mortal fear of Balor, for no weapon had yet been discovered that could slay or even injure him. Times were bleak for the Tuatha De Danann, and the people had little faith in King Nuada, who appeared powerless to resist Balor's tyranny and oppression. As the days passed by, they yearned for a courageous leader who could rescue them from the life of wretched servitude. The appalling misery of the Tuatha De Danann became known far and wide. After a time, it reached the ears of Lu of the Long Arm of the Fairy Mounds, whose father was Cian, son of Cancha. As soon as he had grown to manhood, Lu had proven his reputation as one of the most fearless warriors, and was so revered by the elders of the fairyland that they had placed in his charge the wondrous magical gifts of Manannán, the sea god which had protected their people for countless generations. Lu rode the magnificent white steed of Manannán, a horse as fleet of foot as the wailing gusts of winter, whose charm was such that no rider was ever wounded while seated astride her. He had the boat of Manannán, which could read a man's thoughts and travel in whichever direction its keeper demanded. He also wore Manannán's breastplate and body armor, which no weapon could ever pierce, and he carried a mighty sword known as the Retaliator that could cut through any battle shield. The day approached once more for the people of Dana to pay their annual taxes to the Fomorians, and they gathered together, as was customary, on the hill of Ishniach to await the arrival of Balor's men. As they stood fearful and terrified in the chill morning air, several among them noticed a strange cavalry coming over the plain from the east towards them. At the head of this impressive group, seated high in command above the rest, was Lu of the Long Arm, whose proud and noble countenance mirrored the splendor of the rising sun. The king was summoned to witness the spectacle, and he rode forth to salute the leader of the strange army. The two had just begun to converse when they were interrupted by the approach of a grim-looking band of men, instantly known to all as Fomorian tax collectors. King Nuada bowed respectfully towards them and instructed his subjects to deliver their tributes without delay. Such a sad sight angered and humiliated Lu of the Long Arm, and he drew the king aside and began to reproach him. "Why do your subjects bow before such an evil-eyed brood?" he demanded, "when they do not show you any mark of respect in return." "We are obliged to do this," replied Nuada. "If we refuse, we would be killed instantly, and our land has witnessed more than enough bloodshed at the hands of the Fomorians. Then it is time for the Tuatha De Danann to avenge this great injustice, replied Lugh, and with that he began slaughtering Balor's emissaries single-handedly until all but one lay dead at his feet. Dragging the surviving creature before him, Lugh ordered him to deliver a stern warning to Balor. Return to your leader, he thundered, and inform him that no longer has he any power over the people of Dana. Lugh of the Long Arm, the greatest of warriors, is more than eager to enter into combat with him if he possesses enough courage to meet the challenge. Knowing that these words would not fail to enrage Balor, Lugh lost little time preparing himself for the battle. He enlisted the king's help in assembling the strongest men in the kingdom to add to his own powerful army. Shining new weapons of steel were provided, and 3,000 of the swiftest white horses were made ready for his men. A magnificent fleet of ships, designed to withstand the most venomous ocean waves, remained moored at port, awaiting the moment when Balor and his malicious crew would appear on the horizon. The time finally arrived when the king received word that Balor's fierce army had landed on the northwest coast of Connacht. Within hours, the Fomorians had pillaged the lands and plundered the homes of noblemen throughout the province. Hearing of this wanton destruction, Lugh of the Long Arm was more determined than ever to secure victory for the Tuatha De Danann. He rode across the plains of Ireland back to his home to enlist the help of Cian, his father, who controlled the armies of the Fairy Mounds. His two uncles, Cu and Cethan, also offered their support, and the three brothers set off in different directions to round up the remaining warriors of Fairyland. Cian journeyed northwards, and he did not rest until he reached the outskirts of Dundalk. As he crossed the plain, he observed 3 men, armed and mailed, riding towards him. At first, he did not recognize them, but as they drew closer, he knew them to be the sons of Turin, whose names were Brian, Yucarfa, and Yucar. A long-standing feud had existed for years between the sons of Cancha and the sons of Turin, and the hatred they felt towards each other was certain to provoke a deadly contest. Wishing to avoid an unequal clash of arms, Cian glanced around him for a place to hide, and he noticed a large herd of pigs grazing nearby. He struck himself with a druidic wand and changed himself into a pig. Then he trotted off to join the herd and began to root up the ground like the rest of them. The sons of Turin were not slow to notice that the warrior who had been riding towards them had suddenly vanished into thin air. At first, they all appeared puzzled by his disappearance, but then Brian, the eldest of the 3, began to question his younger brothers knowingly. "Surely, brothers, you also saw the warrior on horseback," he said to them. Have you no idea what became of him? We do not know, they replied. Then you are not fit to call yourselves warriors, chided Brian. For that horseman can be no friend of ours if he is cowardly enough to change himself into one of these swine. The instruction you received in the City of Learning has been wasted on you, if you cannot even tell me an enchanted beast from a natural one. And as he was saying this, he struck Yukavar and Yukar with his own druidic wand, transforming them into sprightly hounds that howled and yelped impatiently to follow the trail of the enchanted pig. Before long, the pig had been hunted down and driven into a small wood where Brian cast his spear at it, driving it clean through the animal's chest. Screaming in pain, the injured pig began to speak in a human voice and begged his captors for mercy. "Allow me a dignified death," the animal pleaded. "I am originally a human being, so grant me permission to pass into my own shape before I die." "I will allow this," answered Brian, "since I am often less reluctant to kill a man than a pig." Then Cian, son of Cancha, stood before them with blood trickling down his cloak from the gaping wound in his chest. "I have outwitted you," he cried, "for if you had killed me as a pig, you would only have been sentenced for killing an animal. But now you must kill me in my own human shape. And I must warn you that the penalty you will pay for this crime is far greater than any ever paid before on the death of a nobleman, for the weapons you shall use will cry out in anguish, proclaiming your wicked deed to my son, Lou of the Long Arm." "We will not slay you with any weapons in that case," replied Brian triumphantly, "but with the stones that lie on the ground around us." And the three brothers began to pelt Cian with jagged rocks and stones until his body was a mass of wounds, and he fell to the earth battered and lifeless. The sons of Turin then buried him where he had fallen, in an unmarked grave, and hurried off to join the war against the Fomorians. With the great armies of fairyland and the noble cavalcade of King Nuada at his side, Lou of the Long Arm won battle after battle against Balor and his men. Spears shot savagely through the air, and scabbards clashed furiously until at last the Fomorians could hold out no longer. Retreating to the coast, the terrified survivors and their leader boarded their vessels and sailed as fast as the winds could carry them, back through the northern mists towards their own depraved land. Lou of the Long Arm became the hero of his people, and they presented him with the finest trophies of valor the kingdom had to offer, including a golden war chariot studded with precious jewels, which was driven by 4 of the brawniest milk-white steeds. When the festivities had died down somewhat, the Tuatha De Danann had begun to lead normal lives once more. Lugh began to grow anxious for news of his father. He called several of his companions to him and appealed to them for information, but none among them had received tidings of Cian since the morning he had set off towards the north to muster the armies of the fairy mounds. "I know that he is no longer alive," said Lugh, "and I give you my word that I will not rest again, or allow food or drink to pass my lips until I have the knowledge of what happened to him." And so, Lugh, together with a number of kinsmen, rode forth to the place where he and his father had parted company. From here, the horse of Manannán guided him to the place where Cian had met his tragic death. As soon as he entered the shaded wood, the stones of the ground began to cry out in despair, and they told Lugh of how the sons of Tuireann had murdered his father and buried him in the earth. Lugh wept bitterly when he heard this tale and implored his men to help dig up the grave, so that he might discover in what cruel manner Cian had been slain. The body was raised from the ground, and the litter of mounds of his father's cold flesh was revealed to him. Lugh rose gravely to his feet and swore angry vengeance on the sons of Tuireann. "This death has so exhausted my spirit that I cannot hear through my ears, and I cannot see anything with my eyes, and there is not one pulse beating in my heart for grief of my father. Sorrow and destruction will fall on those that committed this crime, and they shall suffer long when they are brought to justice." The body was returned to the ground, and Lugh carved a headstone and placed it on the grave. Then, after a long period of mournful silence, he mounted his horse and headed back towards Tara, where the last of the victory celebrations were taking place at the palace. Lugh of the Long Arm sat calmly and nobly next to King Nuada at the banqueting table, and looked around him until he caught sight of the three sons of Tuireann. As soon as he had fixed his eye on them, he stood up and ordered the chain of attention of the court to be shaken so that everyone present would fall silent and listen to what he had to say. "I put to you all a question," said Lugh. "I ask each of you, what punishment would you inflict upon the man that had murdered your own father?" The king and his warriors were astonished at these words, but finally Nuada spoke up and inquired whether it was Lugh's own father that had been killed. "It is indeed my own father who lies slain," replied Lugh. "And I see before me in this very room the very men who carried out that foul deed." "Then it would be far too lenient a punishment to strike them down directly," said the king. "I myself would ensure that they died a lingering death, and I would cut off a single limb each day until they fell down before me, writhing in agony. Those who were assembled agreed with the king's verdict, and even the sons of Turin nodded their heads in approval. But Lugh declared that he did not wish to kill any of the Tuatha De Danann, since they were his own people. Instead, he would insist that the perpetrators pay a heavy fine, and as he spoke, he stared accusingly towards Brian, Yucker, and Yakarva, so that the identity of the murderers was clearly exposed to all. Overcome with guilt and shame, the sons of Turin could not bring themselves to deny their crime, but bowed their heads and stood prepared for the sentence Lugh was about to deliver. "This is what I demand of you," he announced. 3 ripened apples, the skin of a pig, a pointed spear, 2 steeds and a chariot, 7 pigs, a whelping pup, a cooking spit, 3 shouts on a hill. And, Lugh added, if you think this fine too harsh, I will now reduce part of it. But if you think it acceptable, you must pay it in full without variation, and pledge your loyalty to me before the royal guests gathered here. We do not think it's too great a fine, said Brian. Nor would it be too large a compensation if you multiplied it 100-fold. Therefore, we will go out in search of all these things you have described, and remain faithful to you until we have brought back every last one of these objects. Well now, said Lugh, since you have bound yourselves before the court to the quest assigned to you, perhaps you would like to learn more detail of what lies in store. And he began to elaborate on the tasks that lay before the sons of Turin. The apples I have requested of you, Lugh continued, are the 3 apples of Hesperides, growing in the gardens of the eastern world. They are the colour of burnished gold, and have the power to cure the bloodiest wound or the most horrifying illness. To retrieve these apples, you will need great courage, for the people of the East have been forewarned that 3 young warriors will one day attempt to deprive them of their most cherished possessions. And the pig's skin I have asked you to bring me will not be easy to obtain either, for it belongs to the King of Greece, who values it above everything else. It too has the power to heal all wounds and diseases. The spear I have demanded of you is the poison spear kept by Pisar, king of Persia. This spear is so keen to do battle that its blade must always be kept in a cauldron of freezing water to prevent its fiery heat melting in the city which it is kept. And do you know who keeps the chariot and the 2 steeds to receive from you? Lugh continued. We do not know, answered the sons of Turin. They belong to Dobar, king of Sicily, said Lou. And such is their unique charm, that they are equally happy to ride over sea or land, and the chariot they pull is unrivaled in beauty and strength. And the 7 pigs you must gather together are the pigs of Asol, king of the golden pillars. Every night they are slaughtered, but every morning they're found alive again, and any person who eats part of them is protected from ill health for the rest of his life. 3 further things I have demanded of you, Lou went on. The whelping hound you must bring me guards the palace of the king of Iruad. Volinish is her name, and all the wild beasts of the world would fall down in terror before her, for she is stronger and more splendid than any other creature known to man. The cooking spit I have called for is housed in the kitchen of the fairy women on Inish Vinjuri, an island surrounded by the most perilous waters that no man has ever safely reached. Finally, you must give me the 3 shouts requested of you on the hill of Midcane, where it is prohibited for any man other than the sons of Midcane to cry aloud. It was here that my father received his warrior training, and here that his death will be hardest felt, even if I should one day forgive you of my father's murder. It is certain that the sons of Midcane will not. As Lou finished speaking, the children of Turin were struck dumb by the terrifying prospect of all that had to be achieved by them, and they went at once to where their father lived and told them of the dreadful sentence that had been pronounced to them. It is indeed a harsh fine, said Turin, but one that must be paid if you are guilty, though it may end tragically for all 3 of you. Then he advised his sons to return to Lou to beg the loan of the boat Mannanan that would carry them swiftly over the seas on their difficult quest. Lou kindly agreed to give them the boat, and they made their way towards the port, accompanied by their father. With heavy hearts, they exchanged a sad farewell, and wearily set sail on the first of many arduous journeys. We shall go in search of the apples to begin with, said Brian, and his command was answered immediately by the boat of Mannanan, which steered a course towards the eastern world and sailed without stopping until it came to rest in a sheltered harbour in the land of the Hesperides. The brothers then considered how best they might remove the apples from the garden, and it was eventually decided among them that they should transform themselves into 3 screeching hawks. The tree is well guarded, Brian declared, but we shall circle it, carefully avoiding the arrows that will be hurled at us until they have all been spent. Then we will swoop down on the apples and carry them off in our beaks. The 3 performed this task without suffering the slightest injury and headed back towards the boat with the stolen fruit. The news of the theft had soon spread throughout the kingdom, however, and the king's 3 daughters quickly changed themselves into 3 taloned ospreys and pursued the hawks over the sea. Shafts of lightning lit up the skies around them and struck the wings of the hawks, scorching their feathers and causing them to plummet towards the waters below. But Brian managed to take hold of his druidic wand, and he transformed himself and his brothers into swans that darted below the waves until the ospreys had given up the chase and it was safe for them to return to the boat. After they had rested a while, it was decided that they should travel on to Greece in search of the skin of the pig. Let us visit this land in the shape of 3 bards of Ireland, said Brian. For if we appear as such, we will be honoured and respected as men of wit and wisdom. They dressed themselves appropriately and set sail for Greece, composing some flattering verses in honour of King Tuis as they journeyed along. As soon as they had landed, they made their way to the palace, and they were enthusiastically welcomed as dedicated men of poetry who had travelled far in search of a worthy patron. An evening of drinking and merrymaking followed. Verses were read aloud by the king's poets, and many ballads were sung by the court musicians. At length, Brian rose to his feet and began to recite the poem he had written for King Tuis. The king smiled rapturously to hear himself described as the oak among kings, and encouraged Brian to accept some reward for his pleasing composition. I will happily accept from you the pig skin you possess, said Brian, for I have heard that it can cure all wounds. I would not give this most precious object to the finest poet in the world, replied the king, but I shall fill the skin 3 times over with red gold, 1 skin for each of you, which you may take away with you as the price of your poem. The brothers agreed to this, and the king's attendants escorted them to the treasure house, where the gold was to be measured out. They were about to weigh the very last share, when Brian suddenly snatched the pigskin and raced from the room, striking down several of the guards as he ran. He had just found his way to the outer courtyard when the king appeared before him, his sword drawn in readiness to win back his most prized possession. Many bitter blows were exchanged, and many deep wounds were inflicted by each man on the other, until, at last, Brian dealt the king a fatal stroke, and he fell to the ground, never to rise again. Armed with a pigskin that could cure the battle wounds and the apples that could restore them to health, the sons of Turin grew more confident that they would succeed in their quest. They were determined to move on as quickly as possible to the next task Lugh had set them, and instructed the boat of Manannán to take them to the land of Persia, to the court of King Pisar, where they appeared once more in the guise of poets. Here they were also made welcome, and were treated with honour and distinction, After a time, Brian was called upon to deliver his poem, and, as before, he recited some verses in praise of the king which won the approval of all who had gathered. Again, he was persuaded to accept some small reward for his poem, and on this occasion he requested the magic spear of Persia. But the king grew very angry at this request, and the benevolent attitude he had previously displayed soon turned to open hostility. "It was most unwise of you to demand my beloved spear as a gift," bellowed the king. "The only reward you may expect now is to escape death for having made so insolent a request." When Brian heard these words, he too was incensed, and grabbing one of the 3 golden apples, he flung it at the king's head, dashing out his brains. Then the 3 brothers rushed from the court, slaughtering all they encountered along the way, and hurried towards the stables where the spear of Pisar lay resting in a cauldron of water. They quickly seized the spear and headed for the boat of Manannán, shouting their next destination as they ran, so that the boat made itself ready and turned around in the direction of Sicily and the kingdom of Dobar. "Let us strike up a friendship with the king," said Brian, "by offering him our services as soldiers of Ireland." And when they arrived at Dobar's court, they were well received and admitted at once to the king's great army, where they won the admiration of all as the most valiant defenders of the realm. The brothers remained in the king's service for a month and 2 weeks, but during all this time they never once caught a glimpse of the 2 steeds and the chariot Lou of Longarm had spoken of. "We have waited long enough," Brian announced. "Let us go to the king and inform him that we will quit his service unless he shows us his famous steeds and chariot." So they went before King Dobar, who was not pleased to receive news of their departure, for he had grown to rely on the 3 brave warriors. He immediately sent for his steeds and ordered the chariot to be yoked to them, and they were paraded before the sons of Turin. Brian watched carefully as the driver of the chariot drove the steeds around in a circle, and as they came towards him a second time, he sprung onto the nearest saddle and seized the reins. His 2 brothers fought a fierce battle against those who tried to prevent them escaping, but it was not long before they were at Brian's side, riding furiously through the palace gates, eager to pursue their 5th quest. They sailed outwards without incident until they reached the land of King Asol of the Pillars of Gold. But their high spirits were quickly vanquished by the sight of a large army guarding the harbour in anticipation of their arrival. For the fame of the sons of Turin was widespread by this time, and their success in carrying away with them the most coveted treasures of the world was well known to all. King Asol himself now came forward to greet them, and demanded to know why they had pillaged the lands of other kings and murdered so many in their travels. Then Brian told King Assol of the sentence Lugh of the Long Arm had pronounced, and many of the hardships that they had already suffered as a result. "And what have you come here for?" the king inquired. "We have come for the 7 pigs, which Lugh has also demanded, as part of that compensation," answered Brian, "and it would be far better for all of us if you deliver them to us in goodwill." When the king heard these words, he took counsel with his people, and it was wisely decided that the 7 pigs should be handed over peacefully, without bloodshed. The sons of Turin expressed their gratitude to the king and pledged their services to him in all future battles. Then King Assol questioned them on their next adventure, and when he discovered that they were journeying onwards towards the land of Iroad in search of a puppy hound, he made the following request of them. "Take me along with you," he said, "for my daughter is married to the king of Iroad, and I am desperate for love of her, to persuade him to surrender what you desire of him, without a show of arms." Brian and his brothers readily agreed to this, and the boats were made ready for them to sail together to the land of Iroad. When they reached the shores of the kingdom, Assol went ahead in search of his son-in-law and told him the tale of the sons of Turin, from beginning to end, and of how he had rescued his people from a potentially bloody war. But Iroad was not disposed to listen to the king's advice, and refused to give up his hound without a fight. Seizing his weapon, he gave the order for his men to begin their attack, and went himself in search of Brian in order to challenge him to single combat. A furious contest ensued between the two, and they struck each other viciously and angrily. Eventually, however, Brian succeeded in overpowering King Iroad, and he hauled him over before Assol, bound and gagged like a criminal. "I have spared his life," said Brian. "Perhaps he will now hand over the hound in recognition of my clemency." The king was untied, and the hound was duly presented to the sons of Turin, who were more than pleased that the battle had come to a swift end, and there was no longer any bitterness between Iroad and the 3 brothers, for Iroad had been honestly defeated and had come to admire his opponents. They bid each other a friendly farewell, and the sons of Turin took their leave of the land of the Golden Pillars and set out to sea once again. Far across the ocean, in the land of Ireland, Lugh of the Long Arm had made certain that news of every success achieved by the sons of Turin had been brought to his attention. He was fully aware that the quest he had set them was almost drawing to a close, and became increasingly anxious at the thought. But he desired above everything else to take possession of the valuable objects that had already been recovered, for Balor of the Evil Eye had again reared his ugly head, and the threat of another Fomorian invasion was imminent. Seeking to lure the sons of Turin back to Ireland, Lugh sent a druidic spell after the brothers, causing them to forget that their sentence had not yet been fully completed. Under its influence, the sons of Turin entertained visions of the heroic reception that awaited them on the shores of the Boyne, and their hearts were filled with joy to think that they would soon be reunited with their father. Within days, their feet had touched on Ireland's soil again, and they hastened to Tara, to the annual assembly, presided over by the Hill King of Ireland. Here, they were heartily welcomed by the royal family and the Tuatha De Danann, who rejoiced alongside them and praised them for their great courage and valour. And it was agreed that they should submit the tokens of their quest to the High King himself, who undertook to examine them and to inform Lugh of their triumphant return. A messenger was dispatched to Lugh's household, and within an hour he arrived at the palace of Tara, anxious to confront the men he still regarded as enemies. "We have paid the fine on your father's life," said Brian, as he pointed towards the array of objects awaiting Lugh's inspection. "This is indeed an impressive sight," replied Lugh of the long arm, "and would suffice as payment for any murder. But you bound yourselves before the court to deliver everything I asked for, and I see that you have not done so. Where is the cooking spit I was promised? And what is to be done about the 3 shouts on the hill, which you have not yet given?" When the sons of Turin heard this, they realized they had been deceived, and they collapsed, exhausted, on the floor. Gloom and despair fell upon them as they faced once more the reality of long years of searching and wandering. Leaving behind the treasures that had protected them, they made their way warily towards the ship, which carried them swiftly away over the storm-tossed seas. They had spent 3 months at sea, and still they could not discover the smallest trace of the island known as Inish Venturi. But when their hopes had almost faded, Brian suggested that they make one final search beneath the ocean waves, and he put on his magical water dress and dived over the side of the boat. After 2 long weeks of swimming in the salt water, he had at last happened upon the island, tucked away in a dark hollow of the ocean bed. He immediately went in search of the court, and found it occupied by a large group of women, their heads bent in concentration as they each embroidered a cloth of gold. The women appeared not to notice Brian, and he seized this opportunity to move forward to where the cooking spit rested in a corner of the room. He had just lifted it from the hearth when the women broke into peals of laughter, and they laughed long and heartily until finally the eldest of them condescended to address him. "Take the spit with you as a reward for your heroism," she said mockingly. "But even if your 2 brothers had attended you here, the weakest of us would have had little trouble of preventing you from removing what you came for." And Brian took his leave of them, knowing they had succeeded in humiliating him Yet he was grateful, nonetheless, that only one task remained to be completed. They lost no time in directing the boat of Manannán towards their final destination, and had reached the hill of Midcain shortly afterwards, on whose summit they had pledged themselves to give 3 shouts. But as soon as they had begun to ascend to the top, the guardian of the hill, none other than Midcain himself, came forward to challenge the sons of Turin. "What is your business in my territory?" demanded Midcain. "We have come to give 3 shouts on this hill," said Brian. "In fulfillment of the quest, we have been forced to pursue in the name of Lugh of the Long Arm." "I knew his father well," replied Midcain, "and I am under oath not to permit anyone to cry aloud on my hill." "Then we have no option but to fight for that permission," declared Brian, and he rushed at his opponent with his sword before Midcain had the opportunity to draw his own, killing him with a single thrust of his blade through the heart. Then the 3 sons of Midcain came out to fight the sons of Turin, and the conflict that followed was one of the bitterest and bloodiest ever before fought by any group of warriors. They battled with the strength of wild bears and the ruthlessness of starving lions, until they had carved each other to pieces, and the grass beneath their feet ran crimson with blood. In the end, however, it was the sons of Turin who were now victorious, but their wounds were so deep that they fell to the ground one after the other and waited for death to come, wishing in vain they still had the pig skin to cure them. They had rested a long time before Brian had the strength to speak, and he reminded his brothers that they had not yet given the 3 shouts on the hill of Midcain that Lugh had demanded of them. Then, slowly they raised themselves up off the ground and did as they had been requested. Satisfied at last, they had entirely fulfilled their quest. And after this, Brian lifted his wounded brothers into the boat, promising them a final glimpse of Ireland if they would only struggle against death a brief while longer. And on this occasion, the boat of Manannán did not come to a halt on the shores of the Boyne, but moved speedily overland until it reached Dun Turin, where the dying brothers were delivered into their father's care. Then, Brian, who knew that the end of his life was fast approaching, pleaded fretfully to Turin. "Go, beloved father," he urged, "and deliver this cooking spit to Lugh, informing him that we have completed all the tasks assigned to us, and beg him to allow us to cure our wounds with the pigskin he possesses, for we have suffered long and hard in the struggle to pay the fine on Cian's murder." Then Turin rode towards Tara in all haste, fearing that his sons might pass away before his return, and he demanded an audience with Lugh of the Long Arm, who came out to meet him at once and graciously received the cooking spit presented to him. "My sons are gravely ill and close to death," Turin exclaimed. I beg you to part with this healing pigskin, so that I may place it upon their battle wounds and witness it restore them to full health. But Lou of the Long Arm fell silent at this request and stared coldly into the distance. When at length he was ready to give Turin his answer, the expression he wore was cruel and menacing, and the tone of his voice was severe and merciless. "I would rather give you the expanse of the earth in gold," said Lou, "than hand over any object that would save the lives of your sons. Let them die in the knowledge that they have achieved something good because of me, and let them thank me for bringing them glory through such a valorous death." On hearing these words, Turin hung his head in defeat and accepted that it was useless to bargain with Lou of the Long Arm. He made his way back to where his sons lay dying and gave them the sad news. The brothers were overcome with grief and despair and were so utterly devastated by Lou's decision that not one of them lived to see the sun setting in the evening sky. Turin's heart was broken in two, and after he placed the last of his sons in the earth, all life departed from him, and he fell dead over their bodies. The Tuatha De Danann witnessed the souls of all four rise towards the heavens, and the tragic tale of the sons of Turin was recounted that day onwards throughout the land, becoming known as one of the three sorrows of storytelling. During the great battle of Tol Chu that raged on the plain of Moytura, the Tuatha De Danann were slain in vast numbers and finally defeated by a race of Gaelic invaders known as the Milesians. Following this time of wretched warring, Ireland came to be divided into two separate kingdoms. The children of Miled claimed for themselves all the land above the ground, while the Tuatha De Danann were banished to the dark regions below the earth's surface. The Danann gods did not suffer their defeat easily, and immediately set about rebuilding an impressive underground kingdom worthy of the divine stature they once possessed. Magnificent palaces, sparkling with jewels and precious stones, were soon erected, and a world of wondrous beauty and light was created where once darkness had prevailed. Time itself had no meaning in this new domain, and all who lived there remained eternally beautiful, never growing old as mortals did above ground. The day approached for the Tuatha De Danann to choose for themselves a king who would safeguard their future peace and happiness. The principal deities and elders of the people gathered together at the great palace assembly and began deliberating on their choice of leader. Lear, father of the sea god, Manannán mac Lir, had announced his desire to take the throne, but so too had Bod the Red, son of the divinity Dagda, Lord of perfect knowledge. It came to pass that the people of Dana chose Bode the Red as their king, and built for him a splendid castle on the banks of Loch Derg. The new ruler made a solemn pledge to his people, promising to prove himself worthy of the great honour bestowed on him. Before long, the people of Dana began to applaud themselves on their choice. Their lives were happy and fulfilled, and their kingdom flourished as never before. Only one person in the entire land remained opposed to the new sovereign. Lear was highly offended that he had not been elected by the people of Dana. Retreating to his home, he refused to acknowledge Bode the Red or show him any mark of respect. Several of the elders urged the king to gather his army together and march to Armagh, where Lear could be punished for his insult. But Bode the Red would not be persuaded, for he desired more than anything to be reconciled to every last one of his subjects, and his warm and generous spirit sought a more compassionate way of drawing Lear back into his circle. One morning, the king received news that Lear's wife had recently passed away, leaving him grief-stricken and despondent. Many had tried, but none had yet managed to improve Lear's troubled heart and mind, and it was said that he would never recover from this loss. Bode the Red immediately sent a message to Lear, inviting him to attend the palace. Deeply moved by the king's forgiveness and concern, Lear graciously accepted the invitation to visit Loch Derg. A large banquet was prepared in his honour, and 4 shining knights on horseback were sent forth to escort the chariot through the palace gates. The king greeted Lear warmly and sat with him at the royal table at his right hand. The two men began to converse as if they had always been closest of friends, and as the evening wore on, it was noticed by all that the cloud of sorrow had lifted from Lear's brow. Presently, the king began to speak more earnestly to his friend of the need to return to happier times. "I am sorely grieved to hear of your loss," he told Lear, "but you must allow me to help you. Within this court reside 3 of the fairest maidens in the kingdom. They are none other than my foster daughters, and each is very dear to me. I give you leave to take the one you most desire as your bride, for I know that she will restore to your life the happiness you now lack." At the king's request, his 3 daughters entered the hall and stood before them. Their beauty was remarkable indeed, and each as fair as the next. Lear's eyes travelled from one to the other in bewilderment. Finally, he settled on the daughter known as Eve, for she was the eldest and deemed the wisest of the 3. The king gave the couple his blessing, and it was agreed that they should be married without delay. After 7 days of glorious feasting and celebrating, Eve and Lear set off from the royal palace to begin their new life together as husband and wife. Lear was no longer weighted down by sorrow, and Eve had grown to love and cherish the man who had chosen her as his bride. Many years of great joy followed for them both. Leah delighted in his new wife and in the twin children she bore him, a boy and a girl, whom they named Aed and Fingula. Within another year or two, Ave again delivered of twins, 2 sons named Fiacra and Con. But the second birth proved far more difficult, and Ave became gravely ill. Leah watched over her night and day, yet despite his tender love and devotion, she could not be saved, and his heart was broken again in two. The 4 beautiful children Ave had borne him were his only solace in this great time of distress. During the worst moments, when he thought he would die of grief, he was rescued by their image, and his love for them was immeasurable. Hearing of Lear's dreadful misfortune, King Bod offered him a second foster daughter in marriage. Ave's sister was named Aoife, and she readily agreed to take charge of Lear's household and her sister's children. At first, Aoife loved her stepchildren as if they were her very own. But as she watched Lear's intense love for them increase daily, a feeling of jealousy began to take control of her. Often Lear would sleep in the same bedchamber with them, and as soon as the children awoke, he devoted himself to their amusement, taking them on long hunting trips through the forest. At every opportunity, he kissed and embraced them, and was more than delighted with the love he received in return. Believing that her husband no longer felt any affection for her, Aoife welcomed the poisonous and wicked thoughts that invaded her mind. Feigning a dreadful illness, she lay in bed for an entire year. She summoned a druid to her bedside, and together they plotted a course to destroy Leah's children. One day, Aoife rose from her sickbed and ordered her a chariot. Seeking out her husband in the palace gardens, she told him that she would like to take the children to visit her father, King Bod. Leah was happy to see that his wife had recovered from her health, and was quick to encourage the outing. He gathered his children around him to kiss them goodbye, but Fionngula refused her father's kiss and drew away from him, her eyes brimming with tears. "Do not be troubled, child," he spoke softly to her. "Your visit will bring the king great pleasure, and he will prepare the most fleet-footed horses for your speedy return." Although her heart was in turmoil, Fionngula mounted the chariot with her 3 brothers. She could not understand her sadness, and she could not explain why it deepened with every turning of the chariot's wheels. When they had travelled some distance from Lear's palace, Aoife called the horses to a halt. Waking the children from their happy slumber, she ordered them out of the chariot and shouted harshly to her manservants, "Kill these monstrous creatures before you, for they have stolen the love of Lear once had for me. Do so quickly, and I shall reward you as you desire." But the servants recoiled in horror from her shameful request, and replied resolutely, We cannot perform such a terrible evil. A curse will surely fall on you for even thinking such a vile thing." They journeyed on further until they approached the shores of a loch. The evening was now almost upon them, and a bank of deep crimson cloud hung lazily on the horizon, shimmering above the lake. Weary starlings were settling in their nests, and owls were preparing for their nocturnal watch. Aoife now sought to kill the children herself, and drew from her cloak a long, pointed saber. But as she raised her arm to slay the first of them, she was overcome by a feeling of maternal sympathy, and it prevented her completing the task. Angry that she had been thwarted once more, she demanded that the children remove their garments and bathe in the lake. As each one of them entered the water, she struck them with her druid's wand, and they were instantly transformed into 4 milk-white swans. A death-like chill filled the air as she chanted over them the words the druid had taught her. "On the loch's lonely wave, for years to come your watery home, not Lear nor druid can now ye save from endless wandering on the lonely foam." Stunned and saddened by their stepmother's cruel act of vengeance, the children of Leah bowed their heads and wept for their fate. Fiangula eventually found the courage to speak, and she uttered a plea of lenience, mindful for her 3 brothers and of the terrible tragedy Leah would have to suffer. "We have always loved you, Aoife," she urged. "Why have you treated us this way, when all we have shown you is loyalty and kindness?" So sad and helpless were Fingula's words, so innocent and childlike was her voice. Aoife began to regret what she had done, and she was suddenly filled with panic and despair. But it was too late for her to undo her druid spell, and it was all she could do to fix a term to the curse she had delivered upon the children. "You will remain in the form of 4 white swans," she told them, "until a woman from the south shall be joined in marriage to a man from the north, and until the light of Christianity shines on Ireland. For 300 years you will be doomed to live on this loch, followed by 300 years on the raging sea of Moyle, and a further 300 years on Iras Donan. I grant you the power of speech and the gift of singing, and no music in the world shall sound more beautiful and pleasing to the ear than which you shall make." Then Aoife called for her horse to be harnessed once more, and continued on her journey to the palace of Bode the Red, abandoning the 4 white swans to their strife of hardship on the grey and miserable moorland lake. The king, who had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of his grandchildren, was deeply disappointed to discover that they had not accompanied his daughter. "Lear will no longer entrust them to you," Aoife told him, and I have not the will to disobey his wishes. Greatly disturbed by this news, the king sent a messenger to Lear's palace, demanding an explanation for his extraordinary behavior. A strange sense of foreboding already entered Lear's soul, and on receiving the king's message, he became tormented with worry for his children's safety. He immediately called for his horse to be saddled and galloped away into the night in the direction of the loch. Upon his arrival at Bode's palace, he was met by one of Aoife's servants, who could not keep him from the terrible tale of his wife's treachery. The king was now also informed, and Aoife was ordered to appear before them both. The evil expression in his daughter's eye greatly enraged the king, and his wand struck violently, changing Aoife into a demon, destined to wander the cold and windy air until the very end of time. Before the sun had risen the next morning, an anguished party had set off from the palace in search of Lear's children. Through the fog and mist, they rode at great speed until the murky waters of the loch appeared before them in the distance. It was Lear who first caught a glimpse of the four majestic white swans. Their slender necks arched forwards towards the pebbled shore, desperately seeking the warmth and familiar face of their father. As the swans swam towards him, they began to speak with gentle voices, and he instantly recognized his own children in the sad snow-white creatures. How Lear's heart ached at this woeful sight, and how his eyes wished to disbelieve the sorrowful scene he was forced to witness. He began to sob loudly, and it seemed that his grief would never again be silenced. "Do not mourn us, father," whispered Fiachra comfortingly. "Your love will give us strength in our plight, and we shall be together again one day." A beautiful, soothing music now infused the air, miraculously lifting the spirits of all who heard it. After a time, Lear and his companions fell into a gentle, peaceful sleep, and when they awoke, they were no longer burdened by troubles. Every day, Lear came to visit his children, and so too did the men of Ireland, journeying from every part to catch even a single note of the beautiful melody of the swans. 300 years passed pleasantly in this time, until the time arrived for the children of Lear to bid farewell to the people of Dana and to move on to the cold and stormy sea of Moyle. As the stars faded and the first rays of sunlight peered through the heavens, Lear came forward to the shores of the lake and spoke to his children for the very last time. Fiongula began to sing of the grim and bitter times which lay ahead, and as she sang she spread her wings and rose from the water. The rest of her siblings joined her in song, and then took off into the air as their sister had done, flying wearily over the velvet surface of the loch towards the northeast and the raging ocean. Great was the suffering and hardship endured by the swans on the lonely sea of Moyle, for they could find no rest or shelter from the hissing waves and the piercing cold of the wintry gales. During the first desolate winter, thick black clouds perpetually gathered in the sky, causing the sea to rise up in fury as they ruptured and spilled forth needles of icy rain and sleet. The swans were tossed and scattered by storms, and often driven miles apart. There were countless nights when Fiongula waited alone and terrified on the rock of seals, tortured with anxiety for the welfare of her brothers. The gods had so far answered her prayers, and they had been returned to her on each occasion, drenched and battered. Tears of joy and relief flowed freely from her eyes at these times, and she would take her brothers under her wing and pull them into her breast for warmth. 300 years of agony and misery on the Sea of Moyle were interrupted only by one happy event. It happened that one morning the swans were approached by a group of horsemen while resting in the mouth of the River Bann. Two figures introduced themselves as Fergus and Aed, sons of Bode the Red, and they were accompanied by a fairy host. They had been searching for a good many years for the swans, desiring to bring them happy tidings of Lear and the king. The Tuatha De Danann were all now assembled at the annual feast of age, peaceful and happy, except for the deep sorrow they felt at the absence of the 4 children of Lear. Fiongula and her brothers received great comfort from the visit and talked long into the evening with the visitors. When the time finally came for the men to depart, the swans felt that their courage had been restored and looked forward to being reunited with the people of Dana sometime in the future. When at last their exile had come to an end on the Sea of Moyle, the children of Lear made for their voyage westwards towards Eras Donan. In their hearts, they knew they were travelling from one bleak and wretched place to another, but they were soothed by the thought that their suffering would one day be over. The sea showed them no kindness during their stay at Eras Donan, and they remained frozen during the first 100 years. The bodies of the swans became wasted from thirst and hunger, but they weathered the angry blasts of the tempests and sought shelter from the driving snow under the black, unfriendly rocks, refusing to give up hope. Each new trial fired the desire within them to be at home once again, safe in the arms of their loving father. It was a time of great rejoicing among Lear's children when the 300 years on Eras Donan finally came to an end. With hearts full of joy and elation, 4 swans rose ecstatically into the air and flew southwards to their father's palace. But their misery and torment was not yet at an end. As they circled above the plains of Armagh, they could not discover any trace of their former home. Swooping closer to the ground, they recognized the familiar grassy slopes of their childhood, but these were now dotted with stones and rubbles from crumbling castle walls. A chorus of wailing and sorrow echoed through the ruins of Leah's palace as the swans flung themselves on the earth, utterly broken and defeated. For 3 days and 3 nights they remained there until they could bear it no longer. Fingula led her brothers back to the west, and they alighted on a small, tranquil lake known as Glure. All that remained was for them to live out the rest of their lives in solitude, declaring their grief through the saddest of songs. On the day after the children of Leah arrived at Glure, a Christian missionary known as Chamuk was walking by the lakeside, where he had built for himself a small church. Hearing the haunting strains floating towards him from the lake, he paused by the water's edge and prayed that he might know who it was that made such stirring music. The swans then revealed themselves to him and began to tell him their sorry tale. Chamuk bade them come ashore, and he joined the swans together with silver chains and took them into his home, where he tended to them and provided for them until they had forgotten all their suffering. The swans were his delight, and they joined him in his prayers and religious devotions, learning of the one true God who had come to save them all. It was not long afterwards that Diak, the daughter of King of Munster, came to marry the King of Connacht, and of hearing of Camoc's 4 wonderful swans, she announced her desire to have them as her wedding present. The king set off for Glure, intent on seizing the swans. Arriving at the church where they were resting, their heads bowed in silent prayer, he began to drag them from the altar. But he had not gone more than 4 paces when the plumage dropped from the birds and they were changed back into their human form. 3 withered old men and a white-faced old woman now stood before him, and he turned and fled in horror at the sight of them. For the children of Leah had now been released from Aoife's curse, having lived through almost 1,000 years to the time when her prophecy came to be fulfilled. Knowing that they had little time left to them, they called for Chamuk to baptize them, and as he did so, they died peacefully and happily. The saint carried their bodies to a large tomb, and Fingula was buried at the center, surrounded by 3 beloved brothers. Chamuk placed a large headstone on the mound, and he inscribed in it, "Lear's children, who rest here in peace at long last."